the time absence CCS 119. Women's far effective parastructural card taking carbon atmosphere, massive scale, eliminating emissions, transportation industry, and agri-movement carbon to bring down concentration, help stabilize elements at safer levels. A PCC in the U.S. National Academy of Science and Engineering Medicine estimate 2 million tons of CO2 needed to pull atmosphere, surviving a long-term pathways for carbon dioxide removal. Cut that card at removal. Go down to McAfee. Tech innovation, profit motives drive the second machine age dematerializes capitalism and growth sustainable. McAfee 19. Second machine is Marco Moniz more likely taking less even to become more tech ideas, non-rival approach looks with the proof as incentives and issues and new tech will love the idea for the good non constrained by the labor force resources alone by generate capacity increasing returns to scale of powerful the economy continue to add capital go faster each group bigger the tech and combining raw materials companies find ways to use the cumulative impact is absolute dematerialization one shorts are possible others are able to catch up the shorts rate profit cost and tech and offer unlimited ways where you combine materials and research excess that will solve endless and poor people and become much wealthier mouth system driven as the day gives way in today's poor countries get richer they consume differently they get power from renewables the 3D printing was better generate no way will determine which substances are best to combine emission limit increasing energy efficiency indicate how much energy use all infrastructure can be determined when and solar power become most cost effective options. And then cut that at options.
You get a mark doc.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Mark doc is in the file share.
Okay, cool. Let me download it and then I'll start cross one time. Wait, where did my there it is. Okay. Let me close this other one. Good for cross.
I'm good.
All right, 3 minutes. Framework. What would you have read if the F was the TVA?
I don't know. I mean, I have to obviously look at the cards of the app and be able to interact with warrants.
What are some arguments that you read against other apps that are topical under your model?
Like space call, bad, all these specific disads that link.
You read space call bad on the negative. What? I mean, isn't the topic appropriation bad?
I read space call bad on the neg. My AF is a space call good AF.
Oh yeah, you do read that F. That's fine. T isn't okay. T isn't violent. You say T doesn't ban you from the activity. The whole point is that norms should be contestable. I don't have the power to impose a norm. And then on theory before the K, you say we question your ability to run the argument in the first place. How do those two arguments cohere together?
Yeah, so the kind of T isn't violent thing is not saying you shouldn't lose. Rather, it's saying it's not I'm acting as debate, saying you were banned from debate and you can't exist within debate. I'm just saying that your existence within debate should allow norms to, or should allow the 1AC to be contestable and answered, which is distinct from kind of no, you should not be allowed to exist in debate if you're doing it, if you're reading apps like this.
Case.
Yeah.
This first argument, where in the 1AC did I say that debate as a communicative act is violent?
The kind of discourse violence, I guess.
You remember when you asked me in cross, why is debate violent? And I said, debate is not violent, debate is good.
Yes, but then you also talked about specific discourses that the 1AC is working to change. It implies there's some way for debate to
this argument is we cannot change anything about the language that we use.
Yeah, it's the kind of discourse that's reflected within debate is reflective of the larger world that we exist in. So trying to attempt to change debate without first being able to implement changes in the larger world won't be able to do anything.
Okay, so if one team says something and then the other team reads an argument that says you shouldn't say that, does that second argument have any power over the first person? Can it change what they do?
It can't change the space. You can lose within a round.
Can it change the language that they use?
I mean, they already said the words, so
can they change it? Can they change it in the future?
I don't know. It depends. In terms of their impact on the space, no, is what I'm saying.
So how does T set norms?
What do you mean? How does T set norms?
Oh, you just told me that arguments can't change the language.
I said you can lose for what you do. I'm not saying I can ban you from the activity, but you can lose because you skewed my procedural fairness within the context of the round.
So T can't stop people from reading non-TFs.
I can't ban you from the activity, but you can continue to lose.
Okay, that's fine. Cap good. Moniz, what's the warrant?
For which one?
Moniz.
Yeah. kind of analyzes the target that Paris has, says it's impossible to meet without being able to remove carbon from the atmosphere, which is only possible through the carbon capture technology driven by CAP.
Does it rely on decoupling?
Does it rely on what?
Decoupling.
I don't believe so, but I'm not 100%.
Okay. Okay, I've taken 138. The order is going to be case with an overview. And so in the overview, I'm going to extend the role to valid. Then it will be just top down the 1 and C. And then like top down the 1 and C on case and then framework. Oh, wait, hang on. I need to take more prep. Sorry, there's a doc.
Wait, there is a doc or there isn't?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Okay, I took 213. I'll put the doc in the speech drop. Oh, what? Oh, I missed. Okay, it should be there now. Let me know you'll have it.
I got it. I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
I'm good. Yeah.
Right, you're good. Okay. Let's get my stack of books.
It's the same name as the previous law, right?
Yeah, same name.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna start in a couple seconds. If you need me to not do that, speak up. All right, cool. The woman is not a subject for the place that is appropriated by man. Here's a lack of meaning at the core of a subjectivity. The private appropriation of space is the new drive for colonization of that which exists outside the material. The final space as it exists without the maternal figure that results in the elimination of feminine subjectivity itself. Only when he sees cyber reappropriates the rhetoric of space language, he constructs a relationship to the blend of tool and subject. He constructs the dualism themselves and enables new relationalities. I'll extend the role about here is to endorse an ethical relationality. The subjects not exist without a relation to the other, which makes it the primary ethical question. Their model is a liberal form of discourse that leaves out the subject. The self is deeply implicated in our relationalities in space. Research has twice dropped 20 C. Braidotti experimenting with new models of discourse and nomadic forms of thinking is a key space for subject formation, which means we outweigh probability and do solve the average answers. Their presumption violent stuff and that we can't change language stuff and their cruel optimism stuff. Even if they win util extinction does not weigh, they've dropped 1AC Haraway, which means they don't deserve to make it to quarters extinction, or at least mass extinction events are inevitable due to climate change and humanist capitalism. But the 1AC creates a kinship that allows us to live lives worth living during the crisis we have turned extinction focused and crisis-oriented politics and paper strategy of resilience. The rest of the line by line answer presumption and cruel optimism on the Braidotti evidence. Yes, we can change language. We do solve our offense if they're correct. Then framework can't set norms, which is you shouldn't vote for it. The allies doesn't have a warrant to also answer the vote, but debate can
can't change people's real minds, even if they still have to negate, they still have to research my affirmation, which means I can convince them of it. That's the breakdown audience. The cyber sexualized argument. One doesn't. It does not matter if they're sexualized. If we rupture language, it ruptures the desires to kind of co-opt them and sexualize them in the first place. We still saw. Second, they're not always co-opted. Their evidence literally has one example, whereas our branch back evidence has counterexamples, which proves that we can kind of still destabilize these subjects if women want to be, quote, emotional and nurturing. That is fine. Our argument is just that you should be able to experiment in the interval between their Schuler evidence concludes after cyber is a conceptual tool, not totalizing theory. Want to see Schuler stand of all raised into terrorist locus of different simple analysis of race and gender perpetuate separation, discourse on versus discourse on sexuality, possibilities to define like line analyses for any specific moment and universalism. The current evidence cyber alone did have to solve. That's why we use it as a conceptual tool to apply to semiotics. Brady says that solves through creating new philosophy and subject formations. Identity is good, being able to develop relationality between different sexual positions. It solves patriarchy. That's knowing the cyber allows subject to operate in the interval between identities. The psychoanalysis bad stuff. Draft 20C Huston. Your understanding of science and objectivity is fundamentally infused with capital and cannot be separated from cultural context. Only our theory does that analysis. They will go for falsifiability, and the two are a terrible standard for science. It would make quantum physics, international relations, everything their model would want us to talk about, an impossible standard independently. You don't have a counter explanation for anything. Cap good. We do not need to win the advocacy and markets in the abstract to win this debate, just that the process of affirming capitalist relations in this debate is not. What do you see? Huston takes up the internal links. Their authors research is structured by capital, but structured by ideology. Think their telos is fundamentally induced by capital. The sustainability debate, all their words for cap could presume a stable international order with a focus on liberal democracy and multilateralism to solve clean tech, which Trump, Bolsonaro, Le Pen disprove, extend great capital structured by humanist hierarchies, which necessitate legitimate resource expansion and imperialism, which is unsustainable, cause warming, mass extinction, and perpetual conflict, language structure, mass consecutive for unsustainable expansion, dropped. Argument the 1C means you lose. The CCS argument, CCS fails. Hegel 20 CCS would require 15 million tons a year. We have no idea whether there's only viable government's price. Carbon 10 times higher relances. Given we need 5 foot plantations 3 times India. 2/3 arable land. CCS would cost future powerful nations face land elsewhere. Setting up colonialism. CCS would destroy forest cover by 10% monoculture. Would decimate the population. So appreciating the carbon budget means triggering feedback loops. Super standard assessments. Our modelers. This idea consensus. This works on this box. Particularly series. Answers the McAfee evidence because it proves that capitalism is not sustainable framework. We get to leverage the F as a reason that the rhetorical deployment of framework is bad. This doesn't mean the case outweighs T, but rather the case proves they forward a bad model. Counter-interpretation debates over space privatization stand over their interpolation. What do you see? Russell says that the way we represent space legitimize the expansion of capital into its feminization is the justification for how space expansion, which means our is key to understanding the how of private appropriation. We meet every defined word in the topic by sides resolve the term of art and doesn't give them a link to the limits aside. So they cannot win an internal link to international limits between our models. We're not extra topical to performances in the process of reading our relationships of space studies, rejection of private appropriation per the Hill subject DA. One, see Huston says the objectivity framework is called the fairness in the interreform debate, or an attempt to rise above the cultural context of space policy and debate itself. That means the commitment to procedural equity is never neutral, but reproduce the ideological framework of the status quo. That means inside debate framework is the policing of perceived threats to stability of liberal dialogue, which simultaneously trains debaters the level of content debate on the next generation of space technocrats outside. Its which side doesn't solve because we think the F is bad, which means you can't read it on the negative. The TVA is uncard unexplained, doesn't have a warrant for why it solves the impact on their model. That shouldn't be new. And the two, the violent silence DA arguments don't make sense because it's not about banning me, but interpersonal policing of rhetorical forms is a privilege argument that ignores the cultural context of debate, which is the entire point of the impact term, which outweighs their impacts.
Cool. 5 minutes run. Cool. It's gonna be T, and then it will be just AF proper.
Where's it gonna be on the F? Because like,
So not the cap good page, like the AF itself.
Is there a doc?
No.
Okay, I'm good. Please don't spread analytics at this.
Yeah.
How we did in the NC.
give me 1 sec, right? You said T, then cap good.
Oh, sorry, no, T then case, not cap good on.
Sorry, not cap good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a big overview on framework?
Not really. There shouldn't be.
I don't trust you. Whenever you're ready.
Cool. Is anyone not good? Cool. On T, there's no reason why T is bad or violent articulate coming out of the 1A, or there's reason why they kind of meet T or the T. It doesn't necessarily solve for all of the impacts, but insofar as they functionally can see the TVA means we solve back for all of the education impacts, they don't get to leverage the model against the 1AC because we don't exclude the models from existing within the debate space. The only response that they have to the TVA is simply that it's uncarded. That's not a sufficient response to TVA's articulation to kind of how they could have existed within the debate space. It is still able to kind of maintain a model of fairness while also having the same type of educational impacts as the 1AC. It's a method. There's no articulation to why we need a card in the 1AC. I'm not going to waste time in my 1AC kind of proving that you have kind of reading a 1AC offense for you. The kind of answers and cross-checks proof as to how these sort of affirmatives exist in the first place. And also no articulation one area kind of how the analytic doesn't work. It's an analytic description of an app that you could have read. It's your burden of proof to kind of prove that this articulation doesn't make sense. The only response they had is it's not carded. They didn't explain why the analytic does not exist or does not kind of function or scale up as an affirmative. They don't get to make that response in the tutorial or hold them to the burden of proof that the lack of a card is sufficient to prove with 100% strength of length that there is no possibility that the 1AC can exist in the world of the affirmative, kind of the violation debate proper. They don't meet the kind of definition of the word resolve. Our definition of the word resolve includes a policy action. They say they meet all the definitions. They don't meet all of the definitions. The lack of a kind of definitions you are heavily negative on this on this debate because they just don't do a preferred definition kind of specificity is actually in exist. Also, they're shifting to the topic of kind of a rhetoric because articulate proofs of abuse story for every app imaginable. There's kind of 100 more rhetorical ways in order to be able to look at any of them. Even when they kind of they defend the resolution, that shift alone is kind of sufficient to be able to destroy fairness. Also, you can't not claim to both kind of be playing with language in the context of 1AC and also be making this sort of semantic. I mean, you're obviously not defending the topic of the 1AC. Look at the kind of a 1A overview that they read in the Twitter overview. They're going to stand up making kind of an ethos grand stand about they meet the words. When you listen to the overview, ask yourself if they actually mention private entities or how it's kind of related to the topic rather than just words, the sacred words. Also, the card after the plan text literally says the resolution is not a question of appropriation. It's obviously not a question of appropriation, but they have functionally concede all the kind of you violates on the extra topicality, which is at best a kind of extra topicality to show the ability for the negative to ever be able to respond because they can just add on infinite planes. It makes it the role of the negative is to be able to kind of move the infinite planes to the resolution of the affirmative instead of the actual resolution proper. But going for competitive equity, which is the 1AC being able to pick any topic they want to makes it impossible for the negative to ever be able to win or be able to garner any sort of offense because they get to pick a topic that's tiny and niche and be able to research the topic for 4 months while I'm stuck in researching a different topic. They get to spring on me 30 minutes before the round, which is insufficient and makes it impossible for the negative to ever be able to win any sort of debate in the first place. The kind of counter property is not what a debate is. It's supposed to be one a definition of all the kind of interpolation. There's no reason why this is uniquely good or no reason why it can't happen in the methodology of the framework shell if we win the TBA, the kind of policing stuff wherever you flowed that on T. Sorry. The shell is not violent. It can be read by anyone against anyone. There's kind of a norm by the tournament you could have followed instead. I'm just saying you would have been better if you didn't. Also, it's kind of not an attempt to rise above debate, but rather an attempt to preserve debate. I would love to be able to debate space policy. Maybe move that option by the reading of the 1AC within the base. Also, if we win fair state impact is not kind of a perceived impact to stability, but a real impact to my stability within the race space, my ability to be able to kind of garner things like fairness, like kind of the framing and paradigm issues on T, which were really badly mishandled by the 1A. The only kind of response is kind of about the interpersonal plane, which we already did above. They can see a bunch of reasons why the shell comes above the app. And one, they say it's a question kind of the methodology of the app, but you don't get to win the kind of methodology of the app is good in order to be able to leverage against T without the kind of ability to be back in the first instance. As far as the only reason you're able to win the app is because we're kind of behind on the methodology of fairness in the first place. They also concede that fairness and the T shell has to come first as far as the question of what the ballot can solve for. Even if the 1AC wins it, the kind of the methodology is good. You cannot change the way that language and knowledge is produced based on voting affirmative, but you can change the kind of structural skew to fairness that existed in the context by voting negative in this round, which is kind of on a kind of procedural question in the first place. They also concede that the T is not a silence and disad, which means that kind of all the arguments about why other education is going to remove it go away. This is no offense on T for the affirmative, and any risk of offense is sufficient to vote neg on T. Now the case. TUI is going to go for something like all of their evidence is co-opted or something, but hold the line, force them to prove specific links to the 1NC model. The 1AC does not make a claim anywhere within the document. If you look, that you should just out of hand reject every single argument the negative makes kind of co-opted by the capitalist structure. The TUI and the 1A don't isolate specific links to the 1AC to the 1NC evidence. We already answered this in the specific answer 2T framework, 2T framework. Any sort of analysis is just kind of overview how the system is bad does not necessarily mean that everything within the system is bad. Otherwise, it would just mean that the 1AC also would get co-opted within the system. First, they force them to prove specific links. Otherwise, you just vote negative on face. Like, going for the allies, they said. Now they kind of missed the internal link of the allies. They said that obviously debate can be debate forcing people to research. Yes, they have to research, but the internal link is why they're researching. The researching is instead of being able to vote, instead of being able to support the movement, they're voting. They're researching ways to defeat the movement. The one who missed that internal link is the question of what type of research they're going to do, which ensures the kind of failure of the project of the 1AC. This answers the kind of overview stuff. It misunderstands what the allies said. It misunderstands what allies said. It ensures that the 1AC isn't able to actually change it into forms of knowledge production, the kind of nomadic forms that way on probability. We can have better debates on portability within the world of T. The TVA also proves that we kind of access your education, the role of the ballot. You know, when they would attempt to go for the kind of like the role of the ballot outweighs possible, we are able to have this kind of in-depth debates about the model, honorary model, where everyone has kind of fairness and ensures the kind of skills we need to be able to, in order to access the educational benefits of the 1AC. You can't implement any of the skills of the 1AC without the kind of in-depth argument testing and critical thinking. It's only possible in the world of the negative, not in the world of the affirmative, where the average is able to win every single round. Also going for the kind of mathematics argument. They said it doesn't have to kind of solve the gender breakdown. Oh no, obviously it has to solve the kind of gender breakdown. Otherwise, don't let them leverage like the entirety of the 1AC. It's a question of the solvency of the 1AC being leveraged against the entirety of the kind of fairness. Obviously, you can solve 100% of fairness by voting negative in the context round. They just talk about how identity is good, but you don't create new identities based on the kind of analysis of the 1+1. Right? What happens within the kind of cyborg is that you have a human and you have a machine. You combine them together to create something new. But insofar as with that dichotomy, you're still relying on the kind of identity of a human to be able to put into the cyborg in the first instance. You're not kind of changing any sort of identities of gender, any of those sort of relations by relying on this kind of methodology of the cyborg, means that the 1AC can't try to kind of achieve any of their gender goals. Look, a bunch of reasons why fairness comes first. Lack of 1AR offensive framework shell is sufficient to vote neg, but if not, allies decide in case answers.
Starting prep. What was this argument at the top of the case page about, like, I don't have links to 1NC evidence, system's bad doesn't mean everything is bad?
Oh yeah, it was like the like the model is liberal discourse, like rejected because it's co-opted by the system. Stuff is like, no, you have to prove specific like arguments we make are co-opted by the system, not just like
Oh, that's what, okay, I got you. Okay. The orders. Case case with the overview, and then top down the tuner, and then framework. Framework will start like, yeah, we'll just start in the counter interpretation. There's gonna be like a quick framing issue at the top.
I'm good whenever.
I'm good.
Let me just get my flows in order. This interpretation. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna start in a couple seconds. If anyone's not ready, please stop me.
Vote F to affirm the cyborg. That means recognizing the way that the rhetorical tropes, the space appropriation, mirror and reproduce the appropriation of the feminine subject through its alienation of language. That's Russell and Bianchi only. The breaking down of dualism between out there and in here through the conceptual tool of the cyborg that can solve the abstraction of the feminine subject. They drop the Brigadio 6 evidence in the two and are having discourse about two sides of a competing issue can shape our subjectivities because we learn what the other side is thinking and shape our subjectivities best on the best method. Only we have evidence on this question. Yes, it solves linguistic structures. Yes, cyborg solves linguistic structures, which answers the argument on T that we only the ballot can solve fairness. Independently also solves the allies dissad because yes, you are researching to try to defeat it, but you still learn about what the affirmative is talking about, which means if we are correct, you will be convinced of it. That only we have evidence on this question. The Courier evidence didn't understand that you did not understand this argument. We are not a post-humanism affirmative. We just need the ability to experiment with identities, which is what cyborgs provide. Human identities are not intrinsically bad and are not necessary to solve our impacts. Read the toy evidence framework. We agree T is a procedural is the highest layer, but we have one that your battle of debate is not worse. You dropped that we get to leverage the F against that. Yes, you could have engaged. You had 5 minutes on the case page. I gave you hello links and cross-examination. Our counter-interpretation is that debates over space privatization should center over their interpolation. This means that debates must understand the cultural context the resolution is situated within and inject criticism into hidden logics they've dropped on case that the aesthetics of space travel reuse the same rhetorical tropes to construct a masculine social order, make states the extension of it. Only that understanding can explain the how of private appropriation, which is a drop wanting our argument. Their model stops at the what, which only trains debaters to be reactors and not critical thinkers. They solves limits because debates are still centered around and grounded in whether private appropriation space is good or bad. But with impact term, their understanding of language is purely neutral. There's no action verb in the resolution. Their interpretation is best equally contrived and rushed to the margins is terminally not unique. The extension of the limits to SN was hot trash and not in the context of our counter interpretation. We do not justify any AF with this because you have to have a solvency advocate and debate about rhetorical tropes, which is explained in cross-examination. How many Fs did that really justify? Baudrillard, Lacan, or Gary Security? I can't think of any more. They did not read a case list in the 2 and R, but they have dropped it. But yeah, their model of debate adds policy to the resolution, which adds lunar heritage, antitrust, mega constellations, large satellites, Ukraine, South Korea, China, Russia, India, USPGD, global comes and mining, which link turns all of their which link turns all of their argument. Their only answer is result. I don't give a fuck about your interpretation. Ours is better. You say it can't happen under framework. I'll answer the TVA now. You dropped a bunch of arguments. It wasn't just that you don't have a card, it's that you don't have a warrant. Also, they did not extend the plantics of the TVA or explain how it solves the impact turn, which it doesn't. If I win, it doesn't solve the impact turn, and that the impact turn outweighs, then I win the debate. Also, if their violations are true, that means we can't play with language under our model, which is the impact turn. Impact turn now.
Oh, where the fuck did that go? Oh god.
The hailed subject TA, we want every judge to read one E.C. Huston because the only evidence in this debate that addresses the question of how knowledge is generated within our discursive frames and purist ideology through culture colors the way that we view space policy research and debate itself. Frameworks in an attempt to rise above that cultural context and invade temper neutrality and objectivity of false spray to the violent superstructure that create the one E.C. impacts turns their internal links feminine subjects and not engage in debate in the first place. They have not the right to speak. That's Haney Pritz, their poetic waxing with the objectivity of fairness is fucking absurd because only masculine subjects have access to their model of debate, which makes the dissent the highest layer core one E.C. argument that was dropped in the 2 and R. The only answers to this are that you read it against everybody and you can't engage. I answer the engagement argument above, but it's still policing. If you police fucking everybody, that or norms argument is our point. You are a fucking cop. Vote F.
Good debate.
Good debate.
All right, is everyone here?
Give me 1 sec. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, so,
Here now.
Becca, are you here? Okay. So congratulations to both teams for making it to options at the TOC. This was definitely a good round. Uh, congrats. The decision is a 2-1 for the negative.
I saw I can go first. I'm gonna try to zip through things really fast because I have to go prep a kid. I ended up voting AF, even though like I very strongly do not want to vote AF because I feel like the 1AR dropped the ball a bit and just had bad time allocation. In addition, I think like a lot of the arguments, like the policing argument, like they're just not like, to me, at least the way it was presented, like it is not hard to beat these arguments like at all. But then the NR gets up and like does a bunch of things where like time allocation is really weird, or there's like a lot of places where there's like a surface level claim without like any warranting. So like I end up being like 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 on a like I think like the NR could have like very easily overcome like a whole lot of things if you just had like a sentence or two added to some of the stuff. I end up thinking Sidwell's model of debate is better. I think like one of my big issues with the NR is that like you just didn't really do a whole lot of impacting. Like there's lots of like ticky-tacky TVA stuff and like definitions like they don't meet, then T before K, and then like ballot doesn't solve subjectivity, and that's like the majority of the NR, which are super small parts of the debate, and you just like sit on an impact and explain why it outweighs and is like unique to your model, etc. Which like you're like competitive equity fairness, but there's just like not a lot of time spent here. And like I would love to check in on like procedural fairness first, like GG for you. Like if you like had like 20 more seconds there, like I probably would have. The no shape subjectivity argument I think is like super surface level. There's like repeated drops of like AF evidence and articulation that like actually warrants out otherwise, that the AF keeps extending. T over K, like sure. I think my issue, and like maybe that's why, maybe I just didn't flow this, and like that's why like I sat, but I looked for it too. I don't have a therefore truth testing, they don't get to use any part of the K to answer framework, which I think is like the argument you should make. If you did make it, I'm going to assume it was blippy because I didn't catch it. But like at that point, I'm like, well, I guess they get to cross apply like all of their K stuff to framework and answer your stuff that way. If I had that line, like it would have been like an instant like neg ballot, like probably. I can go specifically through the limit stuff. I think again, I need more articulation. You're just like, oh, there could be hundreds of like rhetorical asks or like infinite planks, but I don't know why the counter interp would allow like infinite extra topicality beyond like the boundaries of the counter interp. And I don't get a case list from you. I said, well, they're gunning for fairness, so I'm not sure how some of your like portable skill or like education sort of stuff should be weighed. The Eurocop argument, I do not think this is a great argument. I do not want to like vote for it. It is not difficult to answer. They're like, I'm locked out 100%. I just think you mishandle it. Like I looked at like the flow where you answered it, and you literally were like, extend, like T isn't violent or silencing. Like we just think like this app should be tossed out. And then like Sidwell like stands up and is like, well, that sounds like policing to me. And I'm like I need like a sentence from you that's like, this is still not policing because this is instead like setting boundaries and creating a floor, not a ceiling, which is good because of X, Y, and Z. I think if you had extended the TVA, which is my other issue, like I don't know why you didn't like extend the TVA, like that that would have made it like super, super easy on my end. But like, again, like you just didn't do it. So yeah, the TLDR is just like I want to vote for you, but like, yeah.
I can go next. So on the chief vote, I don't think either side is doing sufficient work to show how each other's arguments are interacting with each other. So I have different pieces of offense flowing around, like on the flow on both sides, for which I simply don't know how to treat them. The most interaction I have is like this TV back and forth, which really doesn't give much. And then I have like this extra T stuff with this competitive equity warranting versus the healed subject, this act. So what I do have on the T flow, however, is like sequencing instructions stating that even if I tried, my ballot cannot resolve the way how knowledge production happens in the context of the 1AC, but it can deter future extra T abuses. And as a result, I should prioritize procedural abuses first. Now, in addition to that, even if like I went on to case, right, I think that the neg is still ahead on the allies this side, because I don't think that the affirmative's answer was adequately responsive to it in the context of like the performance arguments that were leveraged. So using this medium as an instrument for your advocacy ensures failure, because the burden of rejoinder inherently like positions people against you, which means that whichever conversation you come in this round trying to have or hoping to have, that has already been gone because of the need to clash. And like the negative did like a pretty good job at saying this is what's happening now. So yeah.
You're done? Yeah, okay. I largely agree with that. I think that the way I'd put the sequencing question was really helpful for me in terms of resolving the debate, definitely. I think I end up probably pulling the trigger most formally on the allies disad. I think that one thing that would have really helped this round would be, in both sides, a bit more explicit and targeted comparative work on what the models of debate meant. I think you both were quite good about explaining what your models of debate meant in and of themselves, but they were not quite as good at explaining either A, how they were different from your opponents, or B, how they would solve the types of impacts that your opponents brought up. So for instance, with the allies disad, Brett, I thought you did a really good job articulating what the difference would be between like sort of collaborative work on the literatures and sort of combative work on the literatures. But the part that was really missing, that made me think a lot longer than I would have liked to have think, would be the explicit articulation of that in terms of the identity formation of the AF. So for instance, why is that combative approach to the literature of the AF not just bad in a sort of abstract movement building sense that would apply to many sort of KEFs, but why would it be bad in terms of the sort of exploration and experimentation and identity formation that this AF in particular is asking for? So for instance, you should be making arguments that are like, it's not just that we don't have allies in the sense of not being able to create movement partners that will allow us to make structural change. It's also that we would not be able to like have the safety necessary to experiment with our identities in a world in which we are trying to destroy each other on the flow. Like a sort of like an articulation that sort of leans more into, I'm not the cop is debate and you're the one bringing it into the police station. Like in terms of like, and trying to articulate it that way. On the other hand, I think on the AF, when you're making the argument about how the AF, it doesn't need for you to be on my side, we just need this sort of contestation over the literatures, I think a couple extra sentences about how this means the combative, competitive inequities the negative is pointing to are actively beneficial for the AF's project, because that's the sort of thing that leads to the gaps and slippages that allow for the type of identity formation that Bradati thinks is good. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you actually interact with the way that the negative is impacting out his arguments. On the other hand, another part of the flow where I thought this became really relevant, and if I wanted to sign my ballot on T, it would probably be here. It would be the competitive equity extension of the, I don't remember what the number of the standard was, whatever competitive equity was. And the articulation there was, you have the ability to do, to research your tiny and niche approach for 4 months. I don't have the ability to access it. This was okay. I think that it was in some sense mitigated by the AF's extension of, I have a solvency advocate, I have topical areas, it's predictable, there's only, you don't have a case list, that type of stuff. But on both sides, again, I think it could have been a little bit more targeted and specific in terms of the interaction. On the AF, I would have liked to see arguments that were much more like, this is why your normal arguments would apply. This is what you said. You could respond to the AF, but you didn't say like you could use typical strategies. This is a moment where you should be pointing to things like cap good is responsive. It might not be true, but it's responsive. So your generic to do work, and stuff like that. I also think on the on the neg, it would be much better for you to more specifically interact this with the TVA. I did get an extension of the TVA in the 2N, but on the other hand, I didn't get this TVA interacted very much with the rest of the flow, which is kind of unfortunate. I would have loved to hear how the TVA solved the competitive equity problem. I would have loved to hear how the TVA sort of like allowed them access to their materials in particular, especially using the language of the AF of identity formation or sort of exploration or sort of this like cyborg post-humanist identity experimentation. And on the AF, I would have loved to hear basically, I think, a little bit more work on this idea of what does this competitive identity, this identity formation story mean in the context of a competitive activity, because I think that's why you end up losing, because the internal link of both in competitive equity and the allies disad is this articulation of debate as specifically and uniquely competitive, and how that like sort of problematizes the AF story about how its understanding of like subject creation meshes with the activity. In a similar way, I don't really vote for the idea that Brett's a cop. If it were, I would have had to have like more of an impact or articulation of that in terms of the larger performance of the AF. The extra topicality question, I would have liked for this to be a lot more targeted again to the actual difference between the TVA and the violation interpretation. There was this weird, I felt like for most of the 2N, I didn't understand what was wrong with the AF particularly well at all, like in the extension of the 2N, like because like you had a couple of appeals, like obviously this AF is like rhetoric, it explodes, it's competitive equity, it's niche, but I would have really liked you to dig in on why, for instance, like the hypothetical implementation of it as a policy action would solve these problems, or what that would do differently in terms of the competitive equity standard. And I didn't get a lot of that articulation. On the other hand, on the AF, I would have liked a lot more. Basically, it's just addressing this one central claim that shows up both in the allies disad and here about the way that competition and switch sides debate, not in that you can read it on the negative, but rather that this is an activity where you present it and then the next job is to answer it and our job is to adjudicate it, how that meshes with the world of the AF. But overall, I thought this was a very good round, it had a good mix of sort of like good argumentation and technical sort of like capacities on both sides. And I think that the thing that could push both of y'all over the edge on this would be not just to be technical, just not on your own terms, but also to be really listening to the words that your opponent's using and using those words in your impact story. And the nice thing about this is you can cheat on this enormously if you're not sure what the opponent is saying entirely. Like for instance, Brett, even if you're not 100% on what the AF is trying to go for, just be picking out some of those words and using them when you're making your impacts will make it much more persuasive. Like they talked a lot about identity formation. You should be using the words identity formation. They talked a lot about like sort of construction of new possibilities beyond the dichotomy. You should be saying why like debate is inherently dichotomous. Like using that bits and pieces of that language and even in impacting your arguments in the exact same way will really help you for the rest of the tournament, I think.
I just to pop in real quick, I think I think the place where I differed that led me to vote the other way is I think Sidwell has made arguments about why in order to get their benefits, like the content that you would have to clash over is like our personal pre-fiati, like subjectivity, like how do we relate to like trips to the AF, like blah, 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 like, or of the res, so on and so forth. And that is something that your model of debate explicitly excludes. If you extended a TVA and we're like, here's why we would allow that, like that would be very different. But that's why I thought you didn't have inroads there. The AF also is not, does not need to get to movements. It's not about movements, it's just about like personal stuff, which I think like maybe you could do your like portable skills movement stuff and then be like I know they're just talking about themselves, but like presumably when you leave the round, when they're like, we become like better critical thinkers, like we like uncover like whatever, like masculine undertones in the way we talk about outer space, like presumably that then matters because we would do something to change the world, not just because like we would feel better. But I just do not get that from you. So I don't know why this movement stuff matters. And then Sidwell's like clashing over specifically my stuff, which your model excludes, is good, which is the answer to that I just said. So that was it for me.
Happy to answer any questions if y'all got them.
I'm a little bit tired, so I might go in a sec. I guess like in terms of Becca, it's in terms of what you said, like I needed for the 2AR on T, the argument that's like you need to say why you can still answer the AF, like CapCode is not true, but it's so responsive. I guess the argument at the top of the 2AR on T that was like you had a 5-minute case push, which proves you can engage with the AF. What more did I need there? And also, like, why do I need that argument if I win like the counter interpretation cells limits, like just for future blocks writing?
Well, it's not, well, at this point, it's not a question of limits exclusively. It's a question of the quality of the ground within the limit. So like, even if the way that it was articulated in terms of competitive equity was not just predictability, it was also in terms of engagement and relative ability to engage on competitive equity. Like you have a type of expertise, whereas he has to defend a more general topic. I do think though, that the case press argument that you made there could have been more articulated in terms of the competitive equity and the clash standard. Like one way to think about it is that you don't think of this T violation just as a question of like how many AFs there are, but what the AFs are and what those AFs mean for the ability to engage. I do think though that this was kind of a giant mess, which is why I ended up almost certainly like if pulling the trigger on the allies disad, because it's at the very least contestable in the several bits of offense, and the counter interpretation does solve a lot of it because of this type of press. And because the negative, I don't think was doing a great job on articulating the, honestly, the difference between the TVA and the AF. I did get a TVA, and I think that did a lot of work for you, but it's hard for me to say exactly what the difference is other than probably the state. And if the state's the difference, there needs to be more discussion of why the state's good. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna go now, but Pat, my coach Patrick Fox was wondering if he could email you to ask questions.
Yeah, of course.
All right,
I
cool.
might not reply immediately because I am swamped with work, but I will get to it.
Yeah, thanks for judging. Good luck, Brett.
Thank you. Great debate. Thank you all for judging.
All right, cool. Speech drop link is in the chat.
I'm down when I also, is it cool if I record the round?
I go for it. I think it's live streamed anyway, so. Wait.
I'm good.
Cool. Judges.
I'm good.
All right, cool. Anyone not ready? Awesome. Pleasure and pain are intrinsically valuable. People consider regard pleasure and pain and good genes for action. So the fact that pleasure does this to be intimately valuable for anything. More 16. While pleasure intrinsically valuable, pain intrinsically disvaluable. Underlying good pleasure, underlying bad repelling pleasure, for the first simply is good pleasure choice, worthiness, selfish, and alliance, choice, and matters value. Moral uncertainty means for an extinction for a highest priority. Boston 12. Moral uncertainty present us to make confused uncertain about ultimate recognize the value, preserving our ability to recognize values through the future, humanity, use them wisely for an accidental no consequences first, anything else irresponsible is valuable discussion. Page 6. Losing our decision has the ideological context of those opponents leading according to the results of particular policy to desire from the domain period ideological terms of are able to avoid the issue outcomes being full policy based place for ideological change against that waste hostility and deepest cycle resentment. Now, advantage was monopoly task for committed space commercialization, permission of the system of threatens private sector innovation, ambiguity, foreign hostility. For 17. Weakening workspace activities begin with the relatively clean competitive free to conduct the activities and innovation not be achieved US obligation requires authorization of the government space regulation ensure transparent framework for approval that uncertainty hostilities minimize the litigation strategy non-attractive fiscal company governments are part of the customer base. Businesses have knocking the door the uncertain process one of the businesses desire to make certain and transparent picture emphasis based on meeting international obligation drive for purchases innovation lead to risk treaty and interpret damage U.S. interest and other treaties. Private appropriation is an arbitrary value businesses space industry monopolization dicks innovation cause armed conflicts. So determinant 3. Profiting artificially inflated valuation comes to assets for subsidiary rights directly related to the use of resources of private ownership at a significant cost the venture monopolies and other anti-competitive factors or low restricted disclosures space commercialization example where the lunar embassy and vacuum structure is not stable arbitrarily manipulated abrogation on appropriation antithetical commercialization company cause to create international conflict both on and off the planet commercial rocket launches space flight or reach a tipping point who have a company's impossible control and decall cells at times 20. 600 different way collision training actually by the way to make this long satellites impossible damage asymmetric information national web cohesion activity in space force left alone free burger self words before anyone snaps to attempt to envision the future space monopoly see the planet project with space to be decolonized in front of the big satellite colonization future blood money interest decolonization exploration space history mind working to avoid space hotels private space companies vastly outpace the public sector avoid regulation making uniquely dangerous as 20. Space the public commercial industry is a question of how to regulate activity to prevent natural commercial partnership comes to the owner aspiration investors the opportunities to money the goals of the state to control the law government private activities space a lot cut up with the go to private sector use last conference regulatory regime space and press less to be exercised is transparent into collision 17 time person collision cause emission higher frame rate 100 levels for the 6 levels seconds that's the cause of electrical damage substance graphic vapors ions ability to cause violence electronic space of the pulse electromagnetic radiation really when task going during civil attack cause miscalculation for 16 obviously consequent to be more than one of the species smashing the satellite for difficult to determine whether it's accidental lack of fluidly false suggestion space accumulates effect of the point of the density goes to a larger single collision of adoptive issue identifying work with satellite somebody in our college research the nuclear war causing station will eliminated every 17 climatic effects the catastrophic temperatures drop to different heights smoking that drug and absolutely info it's the effect of similar to the enemy responsible the extension of the active the dinosaurs of nuclear war and has 6 unlikely exchange station monopolies uniquely dangerous collision more weaponized data and consolidation alternative commercialization goals to 21 companies hold the duopoly government intervention necessary organized defense of public good space control long-term by investor monopolies satellite infrastructure offloading environmental financial security snap with the public investment that became a shadow of Silicon Valley project went below space about let's do it to create the competitive space Amazon taking advantage of action and this increases likelihood collision leave monopoly pricing by the day competition of biggest competitors filed with bankruptcy started the computer weapons data collection help crush competitors sell the day for profit mapping production needs to totally regulate how the cost of renewable energy is by competitors and automobile industry messages the data tracking hacks creating like pollution interface with the solar massive satellites space track after wait years of decades active asset space again collision become a pretext for the space advantage to the cause of colonialism private appropriate outer space extends corporate colonialism show myself 19 outer space is turned into capitalism question of inner space how monetize outer space objectives include profit and maximization consequences to face the dreaming humanity into the dark and notified liberal stages of new states of charismatic accumulation investing methodology self-identification potency video sits on new space entrepreneurs representation increasingly equipped by capitalist entrepreneurs not humanity but capitalist ideological plan space doctors to get historical revision the justifies against accumulation displacing moralism neoliberalism guilt jumps 20 manifests as evident in new space humanity humanity space extended the off-world for the American except for the values of private property rights and new space and imaginary cars reaching the violence wishing colonialism centuries appropriations of the violence history private private property chain with the collecting official benefits of private property investment, no matter how violent colonization of new space within the city. Private property, credit property, traditionally unsustainable underlying market principles of fair economic policy, income inequality. Jackson 19. Executive differential occurs to growth rate system, low return to those recourse to long-term decline of labor product, data overhang shifting demand and geopolitics of research about place of contributing world candidates if it's a the innovation tackle climate change today. None of the scientific gains have been manifested macroeconomic level. We identify shift to the economy. Satisfaction indication of financially stable, no chasing growth in financial policy, financing, culminating crisis, most initially rising inequalities, later investment funds, and decreasing growth through spending power, carrying out of investment, cut that investment, space valorizes private property, invents a new frontier to preserve the capital structure. Down to 20. Two states in violence and conquering north of the frontier, enabling connect to the violence and colonialism frontiers over the central stopping new space and the towards the freedom emerged with the patriots of the U.S. and the leading Americans. Destiny manifest with the union free market capitalism, ethic frontier, the policy platforms of new space organizations. Cut that at organizations. Put under the environment. The insistence on outer space, corporate capitalist spatial fixes environmental degradation. 19. Capitalist concept capitalism, the capitalism biosphere, crisis emergence, technological concern, capitalist economy, primary future value capitalist because it's every expanded hours not life for capitalist of the must live for the earth in the darkness of space, environmental degradation causing extinction. Current 18. Climate notion, acidification, process, the feedback fluid, attempt and surprise connected to the food water, create conflict, flooding, overwhelmed, sewage, humanization, vulnerable disease, acidification, interfere with society, a hard time responding. Event humans adapt to crisis. However, today's crisis during long term consequences add lack of urgency. Climate change reference positive female country meaning off guard includes a apocalyptic event. Cut there, go to the plan. With all the appropriate aerospace properties and undressed plane treats aerospace and comments that should publicly only effective antitrust measures safeguard from innovation. We Boston 21. The index will possibly assign antitrust specific jurisdictions based on more convenient establish a predictable harmonious legal system line competition law. The cases to for the essentials of the need for the metro mobilization transfer to space safety the hard laws to process the terms of the jurisdiction the IP goes with the translated financial collusion issue IP modelized by entities and restricting significantly capacity space commerce focus on fair competition to the form of trust and enforcing our open access and transparency. I can send a Mark doc if you want.
That would be great. Thanks. Let me know what to say.
Yeah, cool. Cool. Doc should be sent.
I've fallen down. I know. Are you good for cross?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, cool. Why did you say the app was new if it's just whole res?
Because it's like new advantage area and the like thesis of the 1AC is true. Like I said, if you'd asked me like what the plan text was, like I told you parts of the 1AC were the same. I told you the like debris stuff was going to be the same. I told you the framework was going to be the same. Like
is the plan text a plan you read before?
Yeah.
Wait, why didn't you tell me how did you say the app was new then if you read the plan text before?
Like the entirety, like the thesis of the 1AC is like distinct. Like the old app I read was Space Call Good. Like this app is very much not that.
Was it a new app? Okay, that's fine, I guess. Let's talk about this first advantage. Okay, actually, what are some examples of cosmic colonialism and why is it bad?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just like the entirety of the 1AC is like a reason why it's bad. Talking specifically about monopolies, like why producing debris in space is bad. The examples we give, I think, are in the context of specifically talking about the kind of monopoly or duopoly that SpaceX has and Musk's control.
Actually, yeah, can you repeat that, actually?
Yeah, specifically talks about some of like the initiatives that Musk does, things like the New Space Initiative as examples of like cosmic colonialism.
Okay, what is the New Space Initiative?
Yeah, sure. So the New Space Initiative is like, it's like the new private space flight. So for example, like new satellite constellations or like private launch companies, you can look at like the mega constellations that people are trying to, or, you know, specifically like Starlink, things like that.
So it's things that degrade the environment.
Yeah.
All right, cool. First advantage is the only impact to debris space war.
I think the last piece of evidence also just talks about kind of the inability to go to space altogether, and then kind of the innovation that would be cut off.
The last part, the innovation that would be cut off. Okay, what is the implication to innovation?
Yeah, it talks specifically about how SpaceX and things like buying out all of the data has negative effects on things like renewable energy, crops. It talks about how Starlink creates light pollution that interferes with the ability to kind of study space, etc.
That's fine. Have you read A Terminal to Warming?
Yeah, the Carifa evidence.
What evidence is that?
It should be the last part under cosmic colonialism.
Okay, why is AF able to solve for like all instances of corporate colonial or like of colonialism?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's stuff with outside the bounds of the resolution that like the AF can't stop, but within the context of the resolution, the Rimbaudin evidence is good on the
What does
issue.
it mean for private appropriation of outer space to be unjust?
It means that within like the context of the world, it would stop happening.
Okay, and then do you feel that a global commons happens / like what is your mechanism for doing the AF?
There's no like enforcement mechanism within the 1AC.
Okay, what is the stuff about how it becomes a global commons post plan then?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear.
Yeah, what was the stuff about how it becomes a global commons post plan?
The Rimbaudin evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of enforces like the competition law onto the field of outer space to stop the kind of duopoly monopoly that people Musk and NASA have.
Yeah,
Or
sorry,
something like that.
do you fiat that?
Do I fiat what?
The plan tweaked out of physics and commons?
I fiat the plan text.
Okay, that's fine. I took 139. I'll send the document speech drop. It is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it depends on them. Let me know when y'all are all done.
I'm good.
I'm also good.
Gordon, are you good?
Sorry, I'm still opening. Give me just 1 second.
Advantage 1, advantage 2.
It's actually gonna be the corporate cosmic colonialism one or whatever, and then the other advantage.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Let me raise my desk. Interpretation: the app must correctly disclose the plan text for making advantage area 30 minutes before the round to clarify disclosure can overcome over the wiki over message violation. They said the app is new and that the only thing that was the same was a couple different cars. Clearly it's not the plan. And they also said usually clearly it's not the plan. And text is exactly the same, which is not a new fucking app. Neck precaution limits to internal links versus neck prep 4 minutes of prep is not enough to put together coherent 1 and 0 update. And there's 30 minutes is necessary to be able to prep the app that you already broke and piece together from 1 and C position time conversions applications to the affirmative. B is lying, bro. This is quarter to the TOC. Do not tell me you have a new fucking app when you're reading a whole us after you've already basically, this is an independent voter because law, this is an independent voter because it's just cheating to say that the app is new when it is clearly not. Use all the benefits of the activity voters, fairness and education voters, aids, again, the rules, value, and annotations of affordable schools, so life, like research, thinking, precision, always anything else, just average, and so on, the resolution, then we send their ground preparation, after learning about the resolution job, the video, they have a sense of control, make sure, our team, ourselves, to be sure, procedures, that's all the norm use, we need to see reasonably enters, our church, interventions, and on your reason, we help some minutes, or study, relevance, and opportunity, good, not just like two enters, even when you after good, still iron out, one of the reasons you have to, for innovation, that means flexibility, like content, process, kind of direct, impossible, specific qualities that always say that innovator actually only going to be clash with them, means you reasonable to adopt there, and one air, there every shall have an impulsing neck, flex, and for the acid, to breaking new, no RBAs, it's a logical country, for ring, press, system, reaching up as B, is Roman King, seeing how to reveal, no, for speaker, you ran up, sees, baiting, survives, good, better, DB, survey, theory, household, RBID, is that topic, and first, but some substance, act, some resolving theory, value, T, for one, everything, saying, back to the of course, when the base, now, after C, chapter B, is not the comments, you know, see the T, one, everything, really come next, office, extra T versus interpretation, yeah, is my only from the preparation, obviously, the right, and just from the only field upon the right preparation, not just enemy, all that is external to the cover resolution, extra travel, on just means against the law, again, no D, object range, just upon a punish the last second, opposite blend, it results in viewing spaces, and common 3 standards act, and the other basically all their parts on the plan text, they don't solve, that means they don't solve anything because because they sort of the public and all, so they appropriate spaces attached to the standards actually establish a new government regime which will pass the same appropriation as supposed an actor to the government demand to take care of other spaces, so that's first predictable, since tackle and different advantages all the process of which accident, except as a poor topic preparation good by the also check out just something to things they don't apply under this new form paradigm is just cross apart from the other page next, opposite it's kind of like private preparation on spaces, and then except for space elevators, not just space elevators, constitute preparation, they impede over smart time 19, this level considering table charts based on geostation or like these examine and treaties very launch and visible not preparation of frequent facts or computer force government like how same shower single no crime the companies are pursuing private and elevators on 715 companies are going to space elevator private space companies also for space everybody for the university or company operations core elevator health space and yes space elevators now circum stars noted 18 and the journal systems usually have false elevators landing over service substitute 20,000 around the concept of the elevators and research offers and want to be all over to world bonus 50 10 multiple bonus 45 regardless of completion of elevator service and technology around 16 is really do multiple to impact every society and our needs as potential to same evaluation and second phase is the potential confidence in power origins comes to use time and see the benefits would be enormous and missing controversial change by same materials to depend it was revolution and the playing more to achieve in the end no textiles were cold like 17 innovations version has one that's plenty to see normal like after resolution model irrigates all the way there but here's how it's really good religion also having to city levels inside our extended deployed amateur will having wisdom doctor my sort of separate influences and arsenal living carbon images also clear also the wall or we call 16 carbon 18 I should rather to the project because of how the people are directly connected to motor for the holiday well not essential humans are really conservative after has to the source of it as actually addressing accent rules represent help to build the operating costs of people are forced to become more offering a help to our culture community our products apocalyptic very climate change bird and the guys said for us in the kind of myself the case fell to or self brewery still archaeologists also wasn't like corporate colonialism after talking about that was that yeah that was prosper again 19 everyone wants to come to us the reset of the American words through the as we thought for solution cascade also mitigating predictions very much and predictions of course that's limiting society to solutions space over congress and live that how come we're just reducing the less position much about the solution space over also come because we're just solution I think after the next is a space sample to kind of the preparation on a fit for habits to ask material study or collection of scientific study just the preparation about a teacher having a teacher all other activity is unjust that was accepted examples are appropriate for scientific studies on properties of customary law with the plan based approach and continue to conversation to the property use or the private citizens the preparation of John and the self-evident kind of consider law yes and they hand report to master and support your university private the attraction is key to study space samples concepts and it did for the last year for companies that samples from the and to the same towards action to answer somebody's willing to talk to us but not to get the specifically say is like short term able sorry the global collection of president rate help 21 so like global time level so like figures are like normal president quantities lower samples for time analysis are similar the samples that are conventional which is like made simple to your simple variety will offer some people around so is remember that is really high grade dust like samples enables them to reduce the return to this progressive beyond president after kind of samples like the planetary friends go whole 20 now the question running answers less than 1 million have under tests in 2035 euros for planet 500 meteorology very good thing and understand your second month of how to reply with your back is quick for the reasons of my core the deflection for the planet deflection makes selection more likely understand why the next workers do right there to change the second distribution why teachers say no or to change your work is like later on later I don't know whether makes more likely or to get some understanding on there the automatic ability to over the time after remote city for better go close need to over seeing and say after collision health extinction nuclear risk about 19 after collision of the line of our quantities that doesn't work like other particularly accurate economically and diseases from public health here it's after collision can misinterpret nuclear time property nuclear retaliation skip the days after now go to the case page 1 our theory species the avid days of overcrowded substance and overcrowded theories they cops is your engine 3 minutes we are being responsive by controversial usually when our theory necessitates implication sees over the TOC get good and quick agents they when our thesis again be limited for speech out there I don't understand unfairly secrets multi-party has not poison the I'm on the whole turn over the room putting all views go to the colonials mandated on Jackson will apply all terms of specific the morning discovered by trust economics is no matter worse in baseball I'm just comedy starts so planning to be thinking of for Jared Crab out numbers and holdings. There's parsing validation given one rules scenario over all environmental irrigation. There's single number of fires your first and second one. Destroying sites in our motions is for review about the year long. The present holdings for our taxes. There's sort of the resources are you resources space and the rule of not just related industries like track and improvement capital of sustainable tools or make happy. The second machine is second is the take a look lower the focus on consumer level versus regional generating cost increasing machine. The scale for taking new raw materials and receiving food come over and the general station or research and apples solving and the work of the low everything else something of a game and work consider to live into more get different and from needles and right now but they generate no way skip the rest of that go to the other advantage no impact of the innovation so this is one core that they didn't reach from university specific these forms of innovation was innovation is happening on authentic which proves the status quo solid no selection of satellites just planning priorities bro and I think that's something the going to do top levels to make a president make a solid I'll make alternative zero to social consequence or political demand or perceived consequence losing stats or proportional access to use like say it is military presidents are asking each other seeing aggression facing a whole was said to be attacking stats also days ago for attacking multiple as a result of nuclear war and countries assuming the American tensions gathering sets in the United States relation to the Soviet recollection of interpreted a side effect distribution works as the 18 churches of the series of connect this one number of countries of people with incredible terms of the universal calculations page reasons are currently in military system are also majority but I think that like I don't see every becoming non-medical comments features not from the universal process can be already to the hand more feature here latest minutes my life I don't think we're going to put in the actual versus all research reading unnecessary only damaging to read very political but I think like regulations are really tough political or so I mean kind of like what they're going to as the regulator has in the low level of resolution happening on infrastructure resilience but actually yeah I'm not going to I'm good for cards.
Doc.
Yeah, I didn't mark any cards by the way. Like, you want me to delete the stuff I didn't read?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but we can run properly to do that. Just make sure I have everything. You good for a cross?
Yeah.
Cool. Status of counterplanes.
Conditional.
Cool. The second T shell.
Yeah.
What is the violation, I guess, specifically?
Yeah, sure. So that's your Ribbon-Boston 21 card underneath the plan where it says the plan treats outer space as a commons, which is the only effective antitrust measure to safeguard and promote innovation. I think that this card is sort of talking about like why antitrust would have to be assigned to space and rely on like competition law, which is clearly not just the plan, but also some like additional things about how the sort of like space as a commons would be implemented.
Okay. Cool. The second counter plan, the OSI evidence, can you like explain or the warrants within it?
Yeah, sure. So this card is talking about why private extraction is sort of key to studying space samples. First is it talks about why NASA has sort of contracted companies themselves to go to the moon, which sort of proves that NASA doesn't have the capability to do it itself. Second is that it names other commercial actors that are currently going up into space right now, such as probes and other companies. Oh yeah, three is that companies are lowering the cost in order to go up, which means that we get more samples. There's sort of like competition between companies that are all sort of innovating to go up.
Okay. Cool. The like theory head stuff, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually go to the like on the T shell to kind of evaluate, or I guess however you want to do it. What does it mean to error neg on one AR theory?
Yeah, sure. I think there's two implications to error neg on one AR theory. I think one of them is reasonability, the other one is drop argument. And every still having an implicit neg flex standard.
Okay, what is a neg flex? What's like the implication of a neg flex standard? Like how abusive?
As you said, the app was new, which means that I had 0 minutes of pre-round prep in order to prep it out.
How abusive do you get to be in order to kind of check back against that?
I don't think 2 counterplanes is abusive.
Yeah, against presumably like there's a shell that's indicating abuse. Like what metric of abuse is sufficient to check back?
Metric of abuse is sufficient. I mean, it's core to the QC. You broken you out, but I think I get to do what I want.
Like whatever. Okay. Cool. The I guess yeah. The back to the hedge like for real this time. Yeah. I guess. How do you? What is like a bar of defense as a bright line for reasonability?
Yeah, sure. It means that if I win sufficient defense to your shell, i.e. you would be able to like engage in substance if you do not end up going for the shell or whatever, it means that I probably was not abusive. Like I don't need to win like proactive reasons why my model is a good idea, just like defense.
Okay, that's fine.
Also put the document in the file share.
Yeah, I'll take running prep.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go to the document.
Well, I took a 341. It's going to be, sorry, 2 new off. The theory hedge and like T paradigm issues wherever you flowed those. Then the misdisclosure thing, then extra T, and then the AF picks or AF and counterpoints if I have time.
What order are the counterpoints in?
Counterpoints would be elevators, then samples.
Is there a doc?
Yeah, I'm sending it.
Also, can you send analysts?
Yeah, the analytics are doc. If you need the order again, let me know because I know that was a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna need it again.
Yeah. It's 2 new off. Then it's like wherever you flowed the like paradigm issues, like theory hedge stuff. Then it's misdisclosure. Then it's extra T. Then it's like AF and picks or AF and counterpoints. If there is time.
Yeah, I think 3 shots. Is there 3 new offs, or is it like should I float 2 of them on the same off? Or
No, there's like the 2 offs, and then like the stuff on the counterplanes you can float on the counterplanes.
okay.
I mean, you can flow them as separate sheets if you want, but I wouldn't. Cool. Can I get just confirmation everyone's good?
I'm good.
Allie? Cool. Anyone not ready? Awesome. Interpretation of debate initiates theory must specify whether theory ought to be evaluated in a North creation or in-round abuse model. Evaluate theory North creation paradigms of primary purpose. The theory solves a long-term abuse violation. They didn't serious one strategy. Absent speculative shift what type of offense matters to exclude mine in the next week. Too late for me to be within a model and offense underweighing myself doesn't solve you just by the opposite direction. Second, resolvability impossible about who's winning a shots and winning arguments only makes sense in the context of one or the other. If I'm winning, you see this round, but you're winning because the interpret's a better norm. The judge no recourse absent intervention. The worst scenario takes the round out of the debater's hands. 3, clash whenever clash away whichever type of model benefits you to exclude as much offense as possible in the next speech. Always preferable in the first speech. You have more time for the depth and close internal link to the norm makes this clash. Is how we actually determine which is the better norm and strategic conclusion of offense. Across the paradigm issues, the one and two will answer the kind of specific one area stuff in the head. No, next off interpretation barriers can we drop the barrier, continue to norm anti hours 1 or 3 the same as if you basically makes it to the one and is the only person with access to the highest layer of the round and makes it to that. I no longer have a theory because me auto risk of me losing. There's impossible for me to ever be able to generate offense. Now the hedge proper. I get 1 area 3 key to being able to check back against infinite abuse or 1 NCs. Otherwise, the 1 area is always going to be lose. The kind of the 1 area is you know you have 6 minutes 2 hours. Also, pick now the good bears are able to be back 1 area 3 all the time. You can cover both substance and theory. You have 6 minutes 2 hour to answer 4 minute 1 area. The kind of judge venture this was just no new 1 area arguments ever because obviously I have to make new arguments and you get neutral responses. And the 2 arguments the last speech doesn't mean you can't evaluate. Just do better weighing. And the judges again obviously going to hold the line against the entirely new 2 area arguments. Kind of all the other arguments kind of rely on the them winning that it's unfair. But also cross apply the specific bi-directional paradigm issues that were in the 1 NC. You don't get to be kind of competing answers good and then also do kind of specific reasonability. Your competing interest justification takes out all of these things in the first place. Also, there's no reason why these kind of argument it's in truth reasonability. Also, not a sufficient bright line constant judgment mentions no articulation what it means to kind of have sufficient defense in the first place. Now the T outweigh stuff. First thrown error after just because I read a new after last time winning abuse story that the shell comes first. Also, it's true and cross apply to all the neck shells and all the neck arguments as far as I'm winning some sort of risk abuse. They kind of implicit neck flies. They don't get to do whatever they want to because they want some sort of risk of abuse. They also didn't. Also, this is true. Also, gave me the after last the T above 1 or 3. The norms are contingent on winning. Also, specific to each round. I am a combo shell is probably more specifically a T shell is a topic. The kind of the magnitude is a question of the story on each shell. Kind of the amount of round which it affects. Obviously, if I say the M word that's worse than someone in the 1 area is worse than someone getting a non-topical AF in the 1 AC specifically AF. However, I as far as the AF has a time in the 1 area that's insufficient time to be able to win both subjects and theory numbers disclosure. I'll put screenshots of the screenshots prove I answered literally every single question they asked of me before the round, and they asked a lot. Screenshots prove if I was reading a contact, I would say the AF is new, even though it's the same plain text. For the virtue ethics or anything else, misleading to say the AF is the same when it's literally the entire antithesis of what I said before. I read a space called good AF. It's antithetical when they say the AF is the same, and then we did a space called bad AF. They didn't ask. I answered everything they asked. Also, but new AF to force of quick thinking, most portable in-round skill hours are often second disclosure shields, a strategic benefit doing research straight sale, the base on topic innovation. 3 under the intro of after new advantages and new plans and networks. Skip the 3 point 4 topic LHX after advantages and weird shifting all this deeply entrenched in literature. If we want to then kind of quit wanting to skip the reasonability stuff. We also reject out of round violations when unverifiable. They didn't even put screenshots in the doc. You don't know what happened. They're accusing me of lying about what the AF is without even any sort of proof. They just kind of paused it too late in the 2 to be able to put new screenshots. The kind of violation for something like this in the first place. Now the second T shell.
we meet the T-shell plain text in vacuum is only stable locus argumentation in the round. Anything else less than 200 kind of holds the app responsible for every single word within the author's card. Is plain text only stable locus argumentation. Text out ways. Text out ways is the only thing that you can kind of base decision on in the context round. Also, we meet the 1AC is specifically kind of the appropriation. We specifically specified this in cross-text too when they asked. There's no violation of the T-shell. Also, extra T is not bad. You can just read counterplane with the extra topical plane and be able to get rid of it. Also, counter interpretation. We can extra topical 1AC topic literature interested. If this kind of implementation of different methods of the topic, we can be able to have kind of key discussions about that. Second is key to background interest. The 1AC is able to have kind of have the ability to kind of ensure ground regardless. I guess go to the voting issue stuff. Picture of voting issue 1 steals off ground. I have to defend meaningless part of the affirmative against all this has a net benefits or counterplane also makes it impossible to win away case and mood 6 minutes of speech time kills my strategy time and ability to win that way. Second clash, you don't disprove the affirmative being good at it, contest any offense, still my ground. The link turns all the educational benefits it picks. Connor's voting issue class argument responsibility incentive that 200 at least covered after destroys argument development.
Uh, 5 minutes of your own prep starting, or 5 minutes of prep starting now. The shells were Condo, but you did not get to Dispo picks. The combo shell and the norms creation in round abuse model.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say this had Sol on picks?
On picks?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, no, I didn't.
What are the standards on the combo shell?
Infinite abuse. Or is it-
Infinite. What were your answers to the 1 hour theory hedge?
Yeah, the line by line. First, the kind of infinite abuse, we need it. The 1 hour skew, no, you have a 6-minute 2 hour, you can check back. Also, it's empirically denied. The intervention argument justifies no new 1 hour arguments ever, because obviously I have to stand up and say something in the 2 hour. Also, you can just do weighing in the 2N and hedge against it. Also, the like empirically denied, and then all of the implications are directly answered by the arguments you read in the 1NC, which were bidirectional and take out your kind of arguments. But then the specifics, the reasonability is no reason this is true with reasonability, just kind of an assertion. Also, not a sufficient bright line bites back into intervention.
Okay, the order is going to be the space samples counterplan, and then it is going to be the underview page, and then it's going to be the 2 new offs in order.
Sorry, is there a doc?
No.
Okay, then I'm good.
I'm good whenever.
Cool. Are the other 2 judges good?
Just
What?
you give the order again.
Yeah, sure. It is going to be the samples pick page. Then it is going to be the underview page, or like wherever you saw like the app theory block stuff. And then it's going to be the 2 new off in order.
Is Condo and Pix on the samples pick page?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good then.
Okay, cool. I don't know why I'm moving. Okay, cool. Do not end my career by rewarding a strategy about lying about having a new app and then kicking the app and earning 5 obscene shells in the 1 hour. Go to the top levels. I'll extend the samples pick this app, so this pick solves 100% of the app because it doesn't do any of the bad things the app we're talking about. Also solves asteroid detection because it needs to be able to see the asteroid composition in order to have effective deflection of others. Otherwise, all die extinction, not auto outweighs. They exceeded everything. Don't need to read about the wheel here. Go to the theory arguments. Counter on Condo. Counter interpretation. I get 2 Condo solves an average sets the number of advocates. Counter interpretation. Yes, Condo force them to answer all of our embedding way as a tiebreaker. First is here experimentation, lack of economies, never experiment new argues results with sale debates with the same position every round since they know how to win our model incentivized research for new options which outweighs his research skills and the only portable impact. Second is strategic thinking. Condo forces the 1 hour to make time allocation decision and the 2 to sort through more layers when deciding where to collapse. Info processing is a second and their external impact, and there's some risk we turn their fairness off and so absolutely no risk they act as our offensive AR negative. 3 is decision making. We take action by considering what other actions we can take and sort it through the benefits of various options. Condo makes the process of testing child debates of fewer decisions. 4 is next flexibility. She's the average standing for fun less than hell 1 hour is next to prep every app ask to even 1 or 2 hours. Kind of balances is by allowing the next many options. Then flex internal link towards their fairness impact. Net bias because the person last week tricking the focal point of the limitless topics on it. 4 negative generic things to try or act with negative independently near negative fairness outweighs strats. Who Condo doesn't change at the end. Next saw at the win of the status quo competing options that better with the aspirin. They lose on substance. The negative have Condo because the 1 hour can dump firm swing and vectors etc. on their offense versus that's using a multi terminal defense. 3 more T theory just has their impact on use the app the same way. The 1 hour lacks the reason for why these counterpoints are uniquely bad. Second is it's non-unique. All ours are conditional, so debaters go for some things but not others. I collapse on it. Just had 2. 3 is turn strategic posture forces to get better, navigate your way through good season in the future. 4 is 2 and collapse all the 2. They are can focus that advocacy and weight against the opposite already indexing into status quo. They just have to be the counterpoint. 5th is best of both worlds. Con to get their late breath from the 1 and 1 hour late breaking debates in the 2 and R 2 AR 6 is turn Condo increases blood through crash by incentivizing multiple layers like a pick advantage counterpoint. Just keeps great breath. Always depth and portability. Debating switches smart ideas that improve awareness of the world, which is key. Real world decision making on the picks debate. Counter interpretation. We get picks out of a type of appropriation. Counter interpretation. We get 2 picks. 4 counter interpretation picks are good. Force them to answer all of our embedded or against the tiebreaker. First and negative ground tens of private space companies and country aspect. Unacceptable Nick picks impossible on the topic. Appropriation picks provide a stable generic, which is directly proven with the space elevators picking the asteroid matic pick also turns predictability since the regular season proves. Second is topic literature author who's right about the specificity of certain purposes of appropriation. Types of appropriation. I plan outside tourism, mining, micro constellations, etc. And points like helium, moon samples that outweighs the literature to determine predictable offense and exploring. It's good to develop research skills. It's the only portable impacts that we continue to research. But remember, wins or losses that always out there offense. A specificity, even effects in general about the topic is divine. List the types of appropriation or T debates is a reasonable app research for silly picks. This depends anyways. B is probability the power of variation of picks like space solvers and scientific samples along with app competition just prove that they're running more offense versus testing in depth. It provides as a component of the plan is bound should be excluded. Their term doesn't hold the app accountable for every part of the proposal, which is endlessly arbitrary since we should be able to rigorously contest for education testing in depth that way. A that learning a ton about specific ACG to research to proposal route well rather than just sort of make generalities. B that other rounds all they talk about a new issue every round forcing them to think through strategically about all their parts of the plan is also secondary external impact, critical thinking skill, seconds, negative flexibility, cross, apply from Kata and cross by negative, inference outweight strategy to top levels that also on all these shells, you can just cross by a lot or generic responses to all of them. It shouldn't be our burden to cross by every single argument to all of them. So you're an obscene number of shells and all. Obviously, our defense applies to multiple of them on the defense to this page proper versus that straight turning net benefit checks. You have to answer it anyways. It means they don't need to solvency deficit to when impactor or grades are certain debates are great because they ensure robust cautious forces. They definitely impact calculus and evidence comparison on nuanced policy issues, which you obviously did not do in this 1 AR. Second is self-inflicted. You put it in the plan. Don't punish for taking advantage of bad app. Instruction 3 is no abuse. Still good competition arguments, solvency deficits. Plus you have to win part of the absence of the whole thing. 4 is turn strategic pressure force to get a better navigate you through good one and season in the future. 5th is abuse. Is an overall kind of plans or breaks and include part of the plan like taking action on the same action. 6 is that breaks factor cut for broader education, even if the app is going to be still looking for or another on Cyber will read picks up a picks left or breath. Actually skip the interview for now. Go to the first off. Top level, we said reasonability and 1 AR theory and on interpretations on TCA. On interpretations is the normal form of reasonability and around abuse, which sort of proves that we meet their standard and they can just rename it infinitely, which is arbitrary on the standards for is this versus that it's arbitrary. There's no resolutional burden, there's no sort of resolutional burden for these arguments or anything that would sort of mean that we have to read these infinite specials. Infinite specials means that we never get to substance because there's an infinite number of things that we continue to spec in the 1 and 2 way. This turns all their norming stuff because it means that no one will ever do this because you can just sort of shift it into something else the next day. And also it turns all of your offense. It means that we never get to substantive debate constitutes always on time frame. Also, the topic education is good from their answers to the extra T page, which realizes an external impact. Second is novice accessibility. It means that novices will never be able to read theory versus good debaters. Because good debaters can do things like they read automatically. Wins also do. Oh no, even I don't know what this fucking clue what this means or that I was supposed to do this in the first. It's short of people we disincentivized to do theories. It means every debate become an abusive shit show on their standards proper on strats two versus not on unique every argument teacher strategies. No reason why this ending worse than debate is when I'm doing my job. Second is not true. They're my thinking opposite of position. I don't want our strategy that everything in this one, everything was basically turnable. 3's impact on strategy, pressure, good process, quick thinking, efficiency, strategy, the thinking and learning how arguments and arguments, heated debates, turns are turnable impacts, the evidence more strategy, they'll never get the through 1 and C strategies through 4 is that neg clicks that way, so it's on the other page of 3rd, and this turning is done on the highest level performance in yours means that lose the other marks and put on resolvability versus empirical and judges resolve every single round. Second is that reasonability and counter interpretation solve because people read this on every argument anyways. 3 is the judge intervention does not on every single argument. 4 so you can do weighing arguments in order to sort of resolve the non-clash versus empirically not every round is hash. Second is who fucking does this? I've never seen this happen in around that. It's just empirically not makes no sense. That's the reason you can just do weighing in order to resolve this. And 4 is that if it's a new argument, which is a new argument, which means that I just don't give a credence anyways on. And then on the last shell, top level, top levels, all this stuff we've already read, sort of applies to this, but top levels versus you should first that you should reject combinations and infinite number of things so you can see are theoretically impossible one and 2. You can just fucking answer it. Anything else is a terrible model debate where they just want about random things that we did with, and in reality you can just sort of answer in order to get out of every single abuse. Second of all, infinite abuse is empirically denied. It's only set number of times the 1 AR has which means in order to type practically answer 3 is caused by every single argument we around that and neg flexibility, strategic skill, etc. Also sleep cross by reasonability. They consider specific reasons why read is an ability in the 1 AR information reasonability against new because new answers are checking images. You should be able to do anything. The 1 sees also QC quarters come on hold the line against this terrible strategy.
Cool. I have 119. Cool. It'll just be the RBI. You can flow it on the extra T page. No, Doc. Anyone not ready?
Where which it was?
The RVI, but you can flow it on the extra T page.
Okay, I'm ready.
straight up concede that RVI off the 1NT T shells after RVI insofar as the time through the formula 1A are too short to be able to win both substance and theory, which means we need to be having RVI to be able to win the kind of the theoretical page because we don't have enough time to invest in substance. Even if you don't like it, it was straight up just cold conceded. They conceded all the counter offense coming off the extra T pages, that kind of extra T lots of better topic literature, the kind of in-depth examinations of things like implementation, the resolution, enforcement mechanisms allow us to have the best kind of definitions of the topic and allow us to have the best kind of in-depth discussion of the topic. They said my strategy is bad, and a lot of the 2 hours hinging on the fact that you as a judge are supposedly going to like hack against the strategy. But I read a straight up policy. If you lead 2 shells, a theory hedge, 2 picks that are a condo, and straight up accuse me of lying within the context round. I'm not the one who made this round kind of a non straight up topic educational debate. This was on you when you read this 1NT. Yes, I shifted out of it because of the 1NT did nothing but uplayer the affirmative. Anyways, doesn't matter. Kind of hold the line here. There were no responses. Any to an application that you do will just be applications from you as a judge. Maybe you grant them cross applications from the kind of 2 responses to other shells, but nowhere did they even pretend that you should kind of cross apply it to the RVI. We'll answer anyway. We'll answer all those kind of words anyways. First is the kind of the neg flex argument. One, no neg flex, no neg flex. The kind of first and last feature answered on the app on the app theory hedge page that you have a 6 minute 2 hour to be able to check back against it. Second, they can see that the kind of neg flex argument relies on them winning the kind of new apps or bad model for debate, which A, they haven't won, and B, they haven't proven the kind of me doing it was bad in the first instance. As far as I kind of meet the shell and I admit disclose literally everything is conceded by the 2 where they don't go for the shell means they don't get access to neg flex and even if they do want to have it, but they also can see that neg flex standards are kind of bad for debate. There's no articulations to how abusive they get to be conceded from the 1 hour, that they don't just get to be infinitely abusive because they think I did something bad, and that if I think they did something about it, it would just kind of cancel out infinitely because you have kind of a neg flex standard against an afflex standard. But even if you do want to kind of evaluate neg flex or afflex, you should probably err affirmative insofar as negative has a kind of response to it, and it's kind of empirically proven by the fact that they did something like a flip neg in the context of the round, and empirically negative errors. So one more look at the kind of prelim split breakdown of the TOC or tournaments in the past, kind of a topical analysis. All prove this kind of will respond to the kind of no strategy in case you want to do like that sort of cross application for them. One, this argument is just not true. You can't. First off, heavily error affirmative on this argument. They read a 1NT predicate on kind of me skewing their strategy based on me not being new after the stand. But 2 are saying strategy isn't real. Kind of heavily affirmative based on contradictory arguments coming out of the 1NT and the 2 are also strategy definitely is real. Even if the debate space is inherently unfair, there can obviously be ways where you can make the space more unfair. Even if the base space is skewed, I wouldn't go over to you and rip up your flow in the middle of the round. That would probably be problematic. Even you can't say no, you just get better. Hard debate is good debate. It's not a question of hard debate being good debate. It's rather a question of kind of being able to access the debate space and being able to have some sort of kind of option to win and some route to the battle, which is impossible in the world of the negative theory. We're not able to kind of justify any sort of RVI off the shell. Look, RVI on time skew, Formula 1 here is too short. Concede the counter turf standards. Any 2N work you do is going to be new. They had no cross applications. We answered anything they could have cross applied, but don't do the work for them and vote F on the RVI. Good debate.
Good debate.
Decision's in.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, congrats to both debaters for making it 2/4 of the TOC. The TOC is really painful, so, and quarters is really good, so kudos to y'all. The decision's a 2-1 for the neg. I spent a lot of time staring at the flow, trying to find like something versus this RVI stuff. I didn't see it. I think maybe you just didn't flow it. Yeah, I think the NR theory work is just answering the 1AR theory stuff. I didn't see any RVI stuff on your end. The RVI was not in the doc. It was after their like second off. They were like going through the theory hedge, and that's where I had it flowed, and I had it like AF RVI specifically. I don't see responses. Like I looked everywhere. I do see like vague, like cross applied, this and that, and like a lot of grandstanding, and essentially like a request for me to hack, but like I try very hard to be tab, and like I know there's like other judges on the panel who like in their paradigm just say like I won't vote on this period, but like you know I'm tab. Like I've judged you like 10 times on this topic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so first, Brett, you know, amazing career, amazing job. And I've actually always enjoyed judging you and the theory stuff more than I would think. I thought it was pretty easy. I didn't flow a warrant for RVI in the 1AR and can't explain back to the next claim, not an argument. But more importantly, 1AR says concede 1 and C paradigm issues bidirectional. So I think no RVIs. And this is maybe where like maybe where I deferred from Emmy. I think if you say this, even if you also say you know, yes RVIs, like I have the words yes RVIs. So even if you have like some reason the 1AR uniquely gets RVIs, you're like concede these paradigm issues. That was all I really had to think about. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I guess I'm somewhat in between. I will also say, Brett, a great career, and I think this is kind of a paradigmatic round of yours to end on this sort of theory collapse on some small thing. It's just kind of how every round I've ever judged you sort of goes, and you do an excellent job of sort of taking that strategy. I don't think you should feel that disappointed. I'm in between because 1, I do catch the warrant for the RVI, and 2, I'm not as concerned about the like concede paradigm issues because I think the line of concede paradigm issues is clearly contingent, or like set up contingently, with the exception of I also have this argument for only FRVIs. So I think there's a warrant for FRVIs and there's not a direct line by line response. That's pretty clear. I also think if I grant any implicit clash though, I still would negate because there's just so many reasons why the AF has advantages on theory, why sort of substance is good, why like StratSkew isn't real, why strategic decision making is a good thing. I mean, if you really think about it, condo good is just like as in and of itself a sort of defense of like theory without RVIs in some sense. So I think like almost any level of implicit clash would be sufficient. I think the 2AR sort of answers to potential implicit clash are not sort of that great. The answer to StratSkew is like the 1N was so predicated on StratSkew. I don't really think that's true. The T-shell and the new FSPAD weren't really like StratSkew impacts, or like prep impacts mostly. And then your other arguments are like, well, it's definitely real. And then your explanation of why it's real is like that there are sort of degrees of overt fairness. I didn't really understand that. Your preempts to neg flex, they're just kind of wane, but I think you're mostly behind on the wane because there's just so much. So if there's implicit clash, I negate. If there's not, I affirm. So then it's just big picture. And I do appreciate from both of you that there is judge instruction. And I think that like trying to minimize intervention often creates problems because there's like debaters that make assumptions about judge intervention, about like judge instruction rather than explicitly doing it. I think you both did a great job of sort of doing it. That being said, there's kind of under warranty on both sides of like why I should be thinking one way or the other. So I think the neg implicit clash arguments, or the neg arguments for granting implicit clash, are kind of made in two places. But between the two, the three of them are the AF making the bet round bad, so I should get a lot of flexibility here. Two, it's not my burden to cross apply everything, or you end up answering things twice, and that's silly. And three, it's quarters of TOC. The AF arguments are sort of like, no, actually you made the round bad, and two, it doesn't matter if I made the round bad. And then sort of on the second level of response is cross applications kind of have to be explicit. You cross applied to the other 1AR shells, you didn't cross apply to the RVI. So first on the who made the round bad, I'm not totally sure it's uniquely won either way, because the 2AR argument is like, no, actually you did, and it's proven because I won the counter interpret to your shells, and that means you wasted time with these dumb shells or something like that. But you also conceded the shells, right? So that would also mean that your 1AR shells like also made the round bad. In that event, it would seem sort of relatively non-unique. It also seems somewhat circular. If Kondo is good, the fact that the neg uplayered and had a bunch of floating sort of advocacies, that is good. And that's a sort of a valid thing and an acceptable thing, you know, or sort of early bred late depth sort of stuff, all that stuff on Kondo would sort of deal with that. So it's kind of circular to be like no implicit clash, because like the sort of made the round bad, if sort of it is the case that the implicit clash explains why the round is bad, but also you're sort of indirectly by saying, look, I have won these other shells, sort of granting credence to, well, actually you also made it bad. So I think neither made it bad, but if I had to sort of flip, well, actually sort of both made it bad, but if I had to flip a coin, or if I had to have a tiebreaker, I guess I might be neg leaning, because there seems to be more magnitude of offense to counter interpretations. There's 4 there versus 2, stuff like that. But I don't think I need to break the tie, because I think the second level of neg justification for implicit clash, that redundant cross applications, I feel like that is a waste of time. I feel like that's not really that answered. The best way of the 2AR to deal with that would be something like, or is sort of like this point where it's like, you got to make the cross app explicit though. There's no pretending to do the RVI. Obviously they are like, obviously I agree. The RVI was just probably not flowed. But I think that this like idea that it has to be explicit, otherwise like it's not really a cross app or it's not really implicit, is sort of already answered in the idea of redundant time. It seems to raise the question of why should I have to say everywhere on the flow where it needs to go. Now you might say that no, there should still be a strict limit, because sure, it's a waste of time to have to say neg flex 4 times and give the warrant 4 times, but it's not a waste of time to have to say everywhere it matters. That might be the distinction the 2AR wants to draw. But I think 1, the 2AR needs to be more explicit on that, and 2, you just need to sort of say what constitutes a cross application and what the strict like phrases that need to be said are and why that needs to be said, rather than just sort of assuming, well, it's not explicit. I think it is the case that twice in the 2NR there are phrases that could be could sort of lean the neg way. Once the phrase all other shells is used, which would include like the original neg shells on the RVI there, and second, all across the flow is used in another place. So if we're like holding a really strict, like you got to be very exact and say everything, it does seem like text of the cross application or whatever actually is not as bad. Is not like as bad as the 2AR says. So you need to set the standard, say why that's really the standard of cross app, and then say that it wasn't done, given the level of sort of neg warranty. So I do think neg gets implicit clash. Like I said, almost any level of implicit clash sort of settles the issue. But yeah, I mean, it's really in between. It's just like, if there's implicit clash, negate. If there's not, affirm. And I think the neg is marginally ahead on the question.
Yeah, that all makes sense. Thank you all for judging. Great round, Ali. Always been great to debate you. I've loved having you guys all as judges. Good luck in semis and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Great debate. Thank you all for judging. Bye.